Yo, what up? I know. Such a very informal way to greet thy chat as, I guess, as an attorney, I guess, because, we're diving deep into being a fictional attorney again. So, yes, hello. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because we are now playing this on more than just Thursdays, so that I don't spend, 3 months on the game. Like we did with Synchro. Plus, I'm getting bored of just whatever I want. Tuesdays were just whatever I wanted, and now we're on Mondays, which Mondays are still whatever I want. And you know what I want? I want this. I want more great. I want to be fictional defense attorney. Yeah. That's what I want right now. I want to be fictional defense attorney. But before we begin, as it used to be a tradition, but I'm trying to get back into the swing of it being a tradition. Alexa, volume 10. Tell us an interesting fact.
Here's a fun fact about the weather. 1/3 of an inch or more per hour is considered a heavy rain, which may be known colloquially as a gully washer, a trash mover, a palmetto pounder, or a sizzly sod soaker.
That's an interesting fact about rain. It actually is quite fitting because it's been raining all day. No, I'm serious. It's been raining all day, and it made me sad at work. And I wanted to play sad things at work, but my phone was dying, so I couldn't really play music. And it was kind of sad. But it's okay. Other people played sad music that made me reflect on life. Which is fine. But that's not what I meant. Okay, I'm in a good mood. I am currently here in a good mood. Of course, obviously. I think I wouldn't stream if it wasn't the fact, if I was in a bad mood or anything. I am a bit tired today. I did a lot of work today, and it's just, oh boy, a lot of work with that. So yeah, I think I just want to get right into it all. So, boom, continue. Yes, that's the file I want to play. Second, 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of the Justice Bureau, Act Chamber 5. Excellent work, Rapunzel. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you there. You think I'm a natural? You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes were popping and your knees were locking. The arms are being bombed spaghetti. Sorry. That too. And you were gritting your teeth. Sorry. I'm not a professional like you. Sorry, I don't have a cool sword. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I mean, this ain't my first rodeo as a fictional defense attorney. Not gonna lie. I know you're speaking to Ranosuke, but as me, the streamer, this ain't my first rodeo being a fictional defense attorney. I used to be Undead Birdman, so. But you don't know who Undead Birdman is, so you just know him as Undead Birdman, you know? I think you might have natural talent for being a lawyer. Thank you. Forget it! It's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see inside a courtroom again! Anyways, it looks like we have exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Fuck yeah! I wasn't going crazy and I totally lady. Yup, definitely. 100%. Miss Jezebel Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! I think everyone believes that now. There was one young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overconfident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentleman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene. Did you see what happened? Did you see that? What happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Because I was too busy looking at a gun, you know? As any shocked person would be. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as the sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking about the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Makaba. Kazuma's got some words for ya! But it's fine, I think we patched it out, and I think we're good, and I will continue to defend myself. Fine! This is exactly what you wanted, Makaba, right? You wanted me to, defend myself, right? And that's why you asked me to say I do. Even though I didn't say I do, I just was like, yo, here I am, defending myself. Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in infancy. Our justice system is even more so. So we're totally in the cool for this. For me not actually being a lawyer. Hey, which is why you are totally cool with me having me defend myself. I firmly believe that we needed to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Wait, we're going together? Wait, what? I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study to tour Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. I did this for you, right? I said I do for you. I didn't actually say I do. Fuck, I should. Fuck, I forgot I said wait. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? I did this for you! So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! I went along with the professor so that you could go overseas. Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Now fucking both staring at me. I suddenly got very nervous. To me? I'm not even a lawyer. I mean, are we even sure that I'm legally able to defend myself as not a lawyer? Is that... like, what's the stance here? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. I think I know the truth. I don't know the whole truth and nothing but the truth, but I think I know the truth. Jezebel did it. Miss Brett did it. She murdered the man. Don't know why she murdered the man, but she murdered the man. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier. Same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you probably are aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMaine, and it was me who invited him. Oh, shit! Oh, God, no, I feel like I have to justify this murder. Or, not justify the murder, at least find out who did it. But I think, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyways, you're going into battle. Can I have your sword? If I'm going into battle, I need a weapon! Cosmo, give me your sword! The victim was the university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. What was his name again? I forgot. Whoever that prosecutor is, easy. Oh, right, I forgot. I forgot about that part. I thought we were going against. We're still going up against the prosecutor, Cosmo too, but he's easy. The gentlewoman, though, Miss Brett, I don't know her. So, I don't know what she's like. I don't know if she's like, if she's gonna be like Dahlia, who gets everyone wrapped around her fingers, or if she's just like, she's an easy liar, you know? Or she's a bad liar, you know? We don't know this. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. And I'm not worried about the prosecutor. He's so dumb. He didn't even look at the full details of the medical record. Gosh, it was us who exposed that and proved its irrelevance to the case. Look at me talking like a lawyer. So cool. But I had no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. But it's the flag. Thank you! Ha! I can only bow so much. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the University of London. There's something I think we may need. Look, Cosmo-san. Defendant Naruto! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal the decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hit them. Cosmo? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if Kevin said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Ah! Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, you're really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. But this is just my battle. This isn't my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. We'll pummel them into the ground! Thrust at them like... Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to quote some pressing I did last time. All right, then. I'll save you, Doc. So thank you for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yumi cafeteria on University Street. With extra large portions, of course. What do you think I'm made of money? Sorry. That's probably what Ransuki was thinking. It's like, what, you think I'm made of money? 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Directional Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Rensoke Naruto. Prosecutor Achi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against the law. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under a rather painfully scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. Nothing to worry about. Can I? Hold on, I need to save this because this is spot on. Oh shit, I accidentally went. Okay, we'll save that one. I'll capture it from the screenshot later. That's highly unlikely that the good relations we have forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you think it's nothing to worry about when the treaty breaks down and our nation's founders? Again, terribly sorry. Not for murder, but for prolonging this trial. I did not murder anyone. I just was simply looking at a gun. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written. You really have nothing to worry about, Renosoke. What do you mean? That I will prove myself innocent! Well, actually, he will do it for me. I'm just gonna mouse what he says. A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses, not even looking at medical records thoroughly. Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! Hey, if anyone's the rookie boy, it's me! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in! By aligning ourselves with great world powers, we'll become strong. Diplomacy will never become more critical. Study shrug. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Yeah! Ignore the part, though, about me saying that I don't need to study as hard. You know? We'll worry about them. We'll study harder after this trial! Well said. Okay. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. yeah, we'll fix that. We'll fix that later. Don't worry. We'll fix that later. You little brats! Hey, we're just saying what's on our minds. Just like the use of dick. This is what's so cool about young people. Young people may not know, young people surely have no people. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and it exists solely for the purpose of restraints of truth. With that in mind, this trial is now resumed with next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! That is very Afghan outfit. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine woman to Japan from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring the English tea! In English, no discussion takes place without tea! Quick! Give me some tea! Actually, I'm not British in the slightest. Is that true? Can the British tell me if that's true? Can a Brit tell me if that's true or not? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Oh, of course. My name is Sasura Hasuka. Not you! We have your name and occupation for the court records already, Hasuka! I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Camarel, but my trick... Yes, we know the power about you already! Inspector Hogsno, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Can the Brits confirm that one too? Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did it, didn't I? I did say that indeed. Let's cut forward to that. Let's cut back to that. My powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yeah, I said that before. Yeah, that sounds like the words I said. Yeah, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, it's okay. But powers of observation aside, your powers of descriptions are so No room! Hey, that's what friends are for, right? Friends make fun of you, other friends, right? That's true friendship right there. Guilty. I'm not guilty of murder. I'm just guilty of being bad at describing. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. No one speaks English. Got it. I think that's the joke. Nobody understands English. And that's why Hazuki... Except for Hazuki, he probably knows English. That's probably why he's standing next to her, because he's supposed to be her translator. sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett, and she comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student, currently enrolled in University Medical School. Oh my! What a rather treat to hear the deluxe tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell, the prosecution's all over this. She definitely probably has him wrapped around his finger. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English isn't rather you at all, does it? Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention in English class, but it's okay. So what language I understand? The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brooks. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Caverna, a grand murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you were the one who engineered her to escape, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well, now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes on this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately presented at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowfully sightful. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment the accused is standing here right in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. This is going to be interesting because only 3 people in the room know English. Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Exactly! It's the English! I'm sorry to any Brits! I'm sorry to the Brits! I'm just making a joke. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you formally to testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court exactly the nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh, so we're not going to understand any of this, right? I had arranged to meet him for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterward, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. As you stated, it was the professor. I used the professor's gun. Hold on, let me see my court record here. Photographic hear me out. She ordered herself and only herself a steak. But what's this? Why is it on this side of the table with where the professor was shot? But we're still gonna press everything because that's my judge. This is a
Yes!
No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all!
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy rich! I still have the right to cross-examine! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court's gonna believe. Ugh. Of course, she's got them wrapped around her finger because she's British. You're still making the same mistakes, Ranosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're glowed like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh. But he's so annoying! It's true he is. He is so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took some statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the burial. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nothing about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I could name plenty places. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if you wanted to. Exactly! And thus, until the precise location where the witness is to have a weapon can be shown, isn't it? Moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses to her own words on the matter. Ah! That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash. How did he know what I was? Oh, right, we're friends. I forgot we're best friends. He probably knows exactly what I was thinking. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we still need to pull her testimony apart. Don't worry. I'm all ready to press. I am completely ready to press the shit out of that testimony. Did she just work at us? The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Yep, definitely. Totally wasn't shouting about that earlier. had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with these latest fashions, do you? The luncheons are under vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh, should I sound British when I talk as her? Like, it's stiff English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman's currently working in the victims research laboratory. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But only on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful lucky. What a shining example of English intelligence the splendid woman is. Gosh. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
Yes! He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed that had to put on it, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard from the professor that was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as is was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a howling experience. Had to travel to a distant land on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend who subjected you to this horrible fate. You did it. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the dinner's toasted lunch was a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Roscoe? What about the last statement? It was very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? Because it has a contradiction! I know what it is! There is only one glass of water there! One! If they raised a toast, there would be two! I am agreed at this. I am... The significance of the statement will be apparent when the time is right. Well, it already has. I know the answer has. The defense calls the witness's last statement to be formally added to the test. Well, sidestep counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will be apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Yeah, I could as well. That is a very important phrase. I should write that down because I might be saying that. I might be quoting this game. I'd hope there was some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience in that run. I'm great at this! I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
I don't remember that. So both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Then why was there only one in the picture? Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak wasn't for you, Miss Brent. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan until it opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. But a frightful place is the lady's opinion. I've heard it's not customary to eat chamois in Great Britain. Now that's frightful! Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. I know that. I just want to press for the achievement and funny commentary. We need to pounce on every slightest thing now, as we never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Oh, we already did. We're just keeping the tables turned. Understood, Cosma. After a while, the accused came over to the professor and they got in a fierce argument. Yes! No, not about that part. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was to go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that report at you. I meant it was for the lady next to you. But anyways, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. How long has she been here? Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. Nobody come in here and speak Japanese, please. Okay? This is an English-only chat. Oh, I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyways, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes. I still had some coffee to drink. And next time you got up after that was to pick up the gun. Was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Well, not that part. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no report recurring censorship over and over again. Well, I wasn't expecting you to be attacked on my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. That is true. I did have a gun in my hand, but I was just looking at the gun! Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the dresser as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time.
Objection!
That will do. You're done, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could be very well cause of an international incident, boy. Who you call the boy? I'll have you know, I am a university student, so I am by definition, at least a man boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just baseless as ours. Huh? What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyways. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't prevent the culprit.
Yes!
That's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. Verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly saying I'm not. Is that it? Is that your whole investigation? Detective? And you call yourself a detective? That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Detective! What the fuck? Why on earth not? Is it because I was already carrying the gun? The Honorable Englishwoman clearly stated that she does not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this process claiming that a fine lady was concealed a firearm, the prosecution demands to support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. We don't have that evidence. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with this investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to submit when the game is up. The game is not up! I'm just pressing because achievements! You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading at you. out of totally unfounded lies. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In the stark contract to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black uniform. And just exactly the same way you are, except for you, the black and red element, and the sword! We can't forget the sword! He has a sword! Well, anyways, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as fiction as it is. If we can't do that, the trial is over. Even with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony is making me feel any better either! That's bullshit! I do see an inconsistency! First thing to do is press her on any statements that seem slightly off to you. I pressed every statement, Kazuma! Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. Which is why I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Yes!
Yes! That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That is exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what odd defense's inability to express itself. Hey, I'm trying to be all, formal and shit, so shut up. Shut up? I'm not even a lawyer. Let me have this. Ugh. That's okay. What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there would be 2 glasses of water! There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Consul. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
As we're supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking What? Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutes way? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minuet, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table! Are you going to tell me that you can only click with 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I've been there at all, she is saying. Good gracious. Is that truly... That seems too obvious. Tori? As I shared the court before, no coincidence at all. Oh, which we must remember, the student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. We could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of hysteria. That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it as you're going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful lady of mischief? No, I'm guilty of her murder. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Because she probably 100% most likely probably murdered. So, yeah. That's the story. I would like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. It may come to nothing, but no or pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered us a satisfactory explanation to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider that the matters had no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue the matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her hand. Is there deeper significance to this? Let me look at some court records here. Especially this one here. Wait. So, she ate herself. So assumedly she would be on, this side of the table, where Dr. Wilson would be on this side of the table. So, glass of water she would have taken would have been Dr. Wilson. So yes, I want to ask about the glass. If you ask me, it's the fact that you took the glass that has deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's property of the restaurant! Okay, that's not what I was thinking, Renosuke. It's not some harmless act of filthy. It's like taking a bar or soap home from the public bath, is it? You take soap from the public bath? Nope, not anymore. Not while you're around. What? No! I mean... That isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this is more important things to concentrate on now. I think you should reconsider your position too. Ugh, sorry, I will. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation of why she removed this class. I think henceforth we can consider this matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? The handbag. Because apparently it's not the glass. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all the English lady carries handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which could be a perfectly possibility to conceal a gun. You're right. I wasn't thinking about weapon concealing. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick that one too. Didn't pick that one first. Definitely didn't pick that one first. I was thinking too much into it. Are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. He didn't fire that gun. We can deduce it must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hoskina! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Barrett's handbag in the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Barrett's handbag. Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Professor Archie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show the contents at the time? Is everyone here just so bad at their jobs that some young boy, some young kid, some young ass man, not even a lawyer, is doing a better job of certainly inspecting everything than you do? Wow. First it was actually not reading all the, not really reading the whole medical reports. Now the inspector ain't even, not even expecting all the things that should be expected. Wow, these people are horrible at their job. Thank you for burling in completeness. Now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosmo? Hoskina-san, you should really go get that checked out by a doctor. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I had to deal with Gumshoe for 3 games. I clearly have no faith in police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. Kazuma! photograph that I thought would be printed to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Britt's handbag. Hey, well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there has been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruto-san. Wow! Damn it! Order! Order! Inspector Axna, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. Wait, he said he took that after. Who knows? She didn't. If she shot the gun, that doesn't necessarily mean that she put it back in the handbag. Because she was too busy concealing her crime, she had to hide it somewhere else, like somewhere in her outfit. I know she said she had no pockets, but still. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you have long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. No. The court has now shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court records appears to have no further significance. Objection! I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for debate in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. Objection! That the prosthetic rupee slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. I'm not even a lawyer. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kasuma? I'm sorry, Renosuke. Wait! You did this to me. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Huh. I must say, you put in quite a fight for a rookie student. With the weaker meat, well, the strong meat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defend true justice. Objection! There must be something! Someone yell objection, please! Professor, help us! In fact, you can chew on your heart's contents from this inside your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no bias in which we can argue for the trial to continue. don't know of what yet. Is that just a birthmark? Very well. I will now proceed to immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be reporting this to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ransoke Naruto. I've considered all the evidence placed before me. I hereby find you. Yes! Wait! Your Excellency! Nosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurish getting tedious. But amateurish, this how I roll! When His Excellency deems the trial over, he gives this ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that it means that there was a problem with the evidence. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. The ruling on the case at this time would be out of question.
Objection!
That's blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Muranosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie and desperate pieces. Not even a rookie! I'm not even a lawyer! Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a waste! There's something about this photographic that just doesn't seem right. Only I can put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response, here, the trial will become over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosman had just submitted before. You will identify to the court where in this print seems to be a significant detail which you will allude to. It has to be this, right? This is the part that's making me feel weird.
Yes!
Look at this! Here! It is a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That's true. Looks like almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering with that new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that had nothing whatsoever to do with the magnifying on the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that was burn mark. You are right. Go on, Inspector. The police countered also noticed when he was performing a post-mortem examination. It seemed unrelated to the cause of death, but he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, and no possible way of knowing either. more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by this curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ashley points out, unless a firm connection between the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand. Oh, well, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyways. What's your think on this, Renosuke? Do you believe that this burn has something to do with the case? Why else would I point it out, Kazuma? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So, I was thinking I should keep digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to price the shutting the door back open. Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly do that. Indeed, I am afraid without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what little more is conjecture. But if we had evidence, guys, you see that? That's the same as the mark of the burn! Anyways, let's continue. Evidence that unrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist into the case. Then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell you the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice is the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. I knew it! Just let me show the evidence! This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what burn really means! So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that deems an indeterminate connection to the case and the victim itself. Yes! What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. But when we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at times are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Ricky. What are you trying to say? To conceive this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? My power of observations are keen.
Objection!
You can't fool fool me with your little bluff, boy. If that's your game, then see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason his victims burned? Yes! Oh. Hit the wrong button real quick.
Yes!
Yes! The beefsteak? Actually, it points to the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate. And the victims burned. Aren't they exactly the same shape? Ah! Ranosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It's most likely that it happened some other time, unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ashi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn clearly is indistinguishable. Such serious injury would have caused a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hoskina? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I wouldn't say looking at the picture of the wound that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have been taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream in pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Confidential, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you are a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would have screamed in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hoskina never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? He was burned after he was shot! Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist over the plate or of anything like that for 3 seconds on that day, that would have been beyond careless, I think. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us without any question would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ashi? Yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Renosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that and led up to a terrible trap! There's only one explanation I can think that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That clearly is impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already. Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought out to Dr. Wilson's table on that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please, counsel. Explain the absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! Absolutely right, Your Excellency! This isn't just another ridiculous point by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp for the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Achi, it's you who has no grasp on the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, the whole case turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, we now believe the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly did not anticipate this twist of events. I did. It's an ace attorney game. What do you expect? I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forgive your luncheon. You'll have to forget your luncheon engagements. But, Your Excellency. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Shit. I think this is the trap we've been thinking of. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if that is the relationship between my country and yours. She's been lying to us! She does know Japanese! Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter till now? My mother's tongue, English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tongue as much as possible. Man in the land thus none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. But I can see that I shall lower myself to communicate with y'all on your own level. Oh, well. You're the atonement of a true English gentleman. You're truly honored by this lavish consideration as you graciously afford us. see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we finally got to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ronosuke. Witness testimony. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. After, as far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause and a death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigation team probably won't pick up on it anyways. She's your own true colors. That's the most captivating and beautiful testimony that will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. God damn it, Judge! You're supposed to be impartial. Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I will surely sully my lips with the coarse taunt of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope that I haven't assaulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's most delightfully merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk from the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will do speak on your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? Maybe a little bully of a student be given the harsh punishment as possible. Harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that supposed to be a prayer then? Well, then you have to forgive the relationship. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I do need to remind you, counsel, that this is your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems as this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with cross-examination. Cross-examination. Witnesses death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand on the steering hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry. Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on the slightly back trousers of yours have been wide open. Oh, that's a little embarrassing. Thank you. Cosmo, when did you say anything about that? You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What's fun? You haven't realized. Dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you're embarrassed me as well as yourself, Renosque. You could have told me something, Cosmo! You could have told me that my fly was down! I'm embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true gentleman. He chose an honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brain imagine such a thing? Oh yes, my tiny brain can. Yeah, your tiny brain's gonna pick the part later.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I can't! Anyways. The wizard brought my stick in the professor and raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explained why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. I have enough English. I have enough English to understand that, at least, for the benefit of others in the course. The court. It means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyways, as far as I heard, the postmortem report showed no possible other cause than such a gunshot.
Yes!
Yes. It is written here in the paperwork: fatal hemorrhage from the ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma in the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it could only have been the bullet from a gunshot that put an end to this innocent man's life. But that doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If that had flew even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, that must mean he's already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by the gunshot to the chest, unlike you are able to show the court evidence to prove that, completely waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Archie is right. Ah! Is there some other way a man's life was taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there's always terrible traces in the body. Quite right, dear lady. And our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, and there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Haskell? As I said, I've always aimed for flawless investigation. But you missed the burn mark. There would be physical traces of those who, with all those causes of death. That's true. But there may be some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor lost his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no! Perish. Stop calling such a sweet young lady into question. On my honor, Takashi Ashi will cut down anyone who dares cut such aberrations. Any way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back this up. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. Let's press, see if we can get some more evidence in here. Inferior? What do you mean by that? The lens of the Great British Empire, the police saw everything found it, and as a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's enough. Isn't that so? Oh, quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. It means that even in the investigation, you're taking direction. Vital evidence may be lost. Haskina, you really, really need to go see a doctor about that. Hasn't it even occurred to you that your native detectives tried to preserve the crime? I'm trying to be diplomatic. Pull about this as I can, you understand? Aha! A killer blow. This lady is as formidable as beautiful. Amazing. Actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps the prosecutor actually is finally starting to see this evidence. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Morinosuke? I think this is going terribly. I pressed her and I still don't know the answer. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But, what would that mean? I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Morinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Haskina. The detective? Yes. She seems to react so strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll have to find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. It's just giving us the answers. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is like stuff we never really had to do before in our games.
Yes!
Yes! Inferior. What do you mean by that? In the land of the great British Empire, the police saw everything found at the crime scene for later examination. In this country, your investigation is one step at the end of it. Is that so? Quite right. Lancaster is open for professional as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that the investigation takes a different direction.
Wait.
Fatal evidence may be lost. Ha! Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are usually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip up. However, when they are listening to someone else speak, you'll find that very often they let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time. Time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do that now, Bruno, okay? It's all to do with the witness's marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But moving the marker left and right with A and D can turn attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person just in the right time. You might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, then take a good look around. Alright then. The first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
I'm hitting D.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Yeah! What the? What's the meaning of this? You really should go get a doctor. See a doctor about that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He was really lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps it's having heard what the lady next to you has to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes! Not to mention the fact that he's immediately involved in the case. Inspector Hoskina. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practice are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I Sargato Hasagana, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care what they call. If they call me a crime scene at the scene, I'm not ashamed of what I've done. You really should get that checked out by a doctor. A crime scene scene. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve. The remarks touched the nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took on the victim's table in the day in question. And yes, it lost all its fill having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there was something left. There's something left in the bottle. I can see it. On the day of our police, the police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I cannot say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water into evidence. Carbonate. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle of which you drank from the day of the victim's death. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his beverages. Unfortunately, I have no idea what Okay, now we need the fourth statement again. Give me that bottle, please. I need to examine it. I want to examine it. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it says it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask! You could just say that you don't know. So this is carbonated water. This carbonated water was last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's some little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep going. No, for those case, you can't do that. It's evidence. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Hey! If Phoenix eats evidence, Renosuke can drink evidence, okay? Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Renosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think it might just have worked up something. Yeah, an interesting possibility. Okay.
Yes!
Yes! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Poisoning. She poisoned him. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Jezebel Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! There's such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie and imbecile, have you ever considered how the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you ever the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt in respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever if this disgraceful... It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. 'Cause I think we got her. I'm afraid that I may have spoken unfairly before. I offered my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. What are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested inside the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin available in this country at this present time. You couldn't find no trace of poison or any description of the bottle in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to you all Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrible affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Consul. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has arrested, a shot from the chest from this gun can only be conceivable, but the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm so glad the matter is resolved. Before the proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Asma? Sorry, Renosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you do excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Alright. Oh, she's back! She has the evidence! Please, wait! Is that? What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the course of proceeding, Your Excellency. That's Magaba, the Justice Assistant to the Defense. Magaba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she's carried a small packet wrapped in a Koruchi cloth. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick recess. Yes, I am gonna say my current process. I am gonna do how I am saving. because we do have the autosave, just so you know. So, before we head back, I just want to get some music so you guys can have something while we are going BRB. We are going to take a recess, like a 5-minute recess. So, we're going to take a quick recess. So, we'll be back 5-10 minutes. understand that you are the judicial assistant to defense. Why the sudden ingress into my court? Ha! Just a director role and assistant and a woman, no less. Wow! Wow! That's much. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who are you exactly? I'm sorry, no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's just both Brett's research. The Englishwoman? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. When I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed his pick. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceeding of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Garrison of areas and effects on the human suspect. Subject. Interesting. Array. What is that? I never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's a little too more for me to read in detail. But I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. This full report. We need to look at this immediately, Ronzo. Cosmo. Alright then. Goodbye. And good luck. Have you had enough long enough, Consul? We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I asked the prosecution and the defense one last time. Does either of you have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not. Actually, we need to go over this real quick. A poison made from the bark of the certain trees of the jungle of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since the ancient time to incapacitate their prey. In fact, instantly paralyzes the entire body in subsequent death, even in minutes dose. Route of entry. Above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as an inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to the ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the intoxin could be an application of anesthesia. However, a solution of respiratory arrest caused by the death of a full body of paralyzed must be found first, or a patient could die of suffocation. Your Honor, we do. Or, Your Excellency, we do. The prosecution has made it very convincing enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Renosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The undying stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not Not so very long until tea time, so... Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order. I said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. Neither does the English language. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
I'm so used to you being present. It's Jezebel Brett. We understand that you are studying under Dr. Wilson at university, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curate, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curate, you say? I never heard of it. Even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curate before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Which means, Haskana, you didn't get it tested for. So that could be the poison inside the bottle. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police do for toxins, they would never identify curate. Why? Because there is no test available for here that can identify the presence of a highly deadly poison. What? Order! Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, curate no longer is been used to the tribes of people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that the reasonable, well-known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report states that it's produced from the extract of the tree that grows up in the deep Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that the animals shot by the arrows laced by the curate suffered instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! There is assertion in our empty trumpeter! Start with, if the victim had been administered by some so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming without withering in pain. The other dinners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curate was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment the toxin enters a person's system, causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted by the victim losing all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if the man just lost all the strength in his muscles, he would collapse on the floor. But with the chair underneath him for support, Dr. Wilson didn't. The effects go are largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after the short time, paralysis is so severe it causes muscles to control representation. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look like almost as the victim slipped into peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kirin poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle console actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A heteros unknown poison which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. Oh, the fact. You are so clever. So you shut up! It's you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave. What? You steal another honest hard work, and then you announce the results as if you discovered them. I am appalled, but a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a horrendous crime. That's really a lonesome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, as one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Now, it's playing to your strengths. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it. I guess there's gonna be no choice. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is the fatical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. When's Ronosuke gonna realize there is no poison in that bottle? Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no Corrid? The bottle was clean, is what you're saying? You look quite inconsiderate, boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, Wit. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough time for the furthermost of a friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. How can you turn this one around? This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So, how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose this little Far Eastern charade will make it an interesting conversation for the next party I attend in London. There has to be been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there certainly has been, because otherwise she would have knelt over dead. Come on, Ronosuke. We have all the clues now. Bottle of water. It contains no poison. It has to contain no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ronosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she would be dead by now. Sometimes you're unadulterated and naive. Really sounds to me. But sometimes it's in need of good state. Until as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That's the endless promising line of the council, which would be penalized. There is poison. But then how is she alive? This whole trial is poisoned. If there is, it has to be been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been. Because otherwise, she would have been knelt over dead. Come on, Ronosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put chlorine poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. I defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? I am a foolishly foolish who foolishly dreams foolish dreams. There's no poison in that bottle. There's no way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Bread drinking water, the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. Wait. Hold on, let me read the report again. Right. Above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters through a wound! A wound! She just drank it! A mouse isn't a wound? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. Has to be. Very well. If the defense is truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. I need two evidence, Your Honor.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle It's right here in Miss Brett's own research paper.
Attention!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. An unreputed young scoundrel is trying to ridicule your court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading in the Sasoro-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered into its entirety by a court. You will direct us to the Personnel Section Council. Which section of the report revised the alleged answers to this riddle? The special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this carrier poison, and it left me curious about something. Oh, council. Well, it sounds as interesting hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace their heads of the arrows that they shoot whatever they are hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. Excuse me, let me have this. But if they were to use the laced arrows, it doesn't matter if there would be traces of poison left to the prey the hunters were going to eat. Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey. So would they? Because then they would be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! Now that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of this particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it actually all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the current enters the body through an open wound, it's a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poison effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research. You knew the curious special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a specter of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. Meddling little rapscallion! I didn't know that bird was alive. Elrond knows game. It turns out you're even a better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possible. So, ill-bred little puppies that have a new toy to play with. Back, he reads in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look sillier. What are you trying to say? Your foolish boy logic has a place to fall. Foolish? Boyish? Are you trying to say that I'm a foolishly foolish fool who foolishly dreams foolish dreams? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kieran is safe to ingest. It seems likely that effects are neutralized by the added nature of the grossic acid. Oh, yes, well, of course. Yeah, trick suckers, what are they? If this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it. Would he? Ah, Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Kyrian poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that. She snapped. She knows she's in for it. What is this? Well, something up inside me. I never felt like this before. It's sort of contradiction. It's a sort of contradiction to break all down this frequencies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we must know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone been killed by the Kyrian? Yes. Because he does have a wound.
Take that!
I'm sorry, Consul, but slip my manners when you toss evidence for the court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Renosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We all know that Kyrian toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body through a wound. Right. So that can only mean when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that left the poison. Exactly. So we need some evidence that would prove that the professor had a wound inside his mouth. Oh, of course! The medical report! Take that!
Take that!
Yes, Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dinners. A fatal difference. There's toxins. The toxins of the Kyrian only left when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for the healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound that you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you're acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so true. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You find yourself soon enough. You see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed the bottle. And in Supreme Court. That's a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water back from the broken bottle as possible. At once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet, it was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can't trump the bench and shout as much as you'd like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison inside that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? But the poor professor was still sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front was the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim on that day, using Kire. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruto for the crime, you waited till he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor's chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the Professor Dead's body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And you say you have nothing to support your wild claims. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in a cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruto. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now she's gonna really get away with it. The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. It was obvious, even. Ryunosuke. Yes? We have come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? In my head? You told me before that your power as observations were the only thing you could depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that woman was... I didn't manage to notice that this woman was the foreigner with a swan on her head! So think back. Now, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Every smell. Is Cosmo right? That's not even blood. Guys, that's not even blood. What we see on there, that's not blood. That's the meat juice. Somewhere in the vibrant memory is the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? It's a clue. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have found, uncovered another clue. always had something up your sleeve, don't you, Inosuke? Come on, then. Then let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright! I can't wait! It's been nigging at me for a while sometimes. Something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, it's key to arriving at the truth about all of that. Here it is somewhere, the clues that shows the evidence. Who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been.
Take that!
Take that! Inspector Hoskina, answer me this. Yes! What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times around, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took of the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with them? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at this photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to shot Dr. Wilson from the chest from the front, there's no way the blood of the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Because it didn't go all the way through his body. So there's no way there should have been blood on the back side. Boom. Ah! Yes. From blood to made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor as you were. Jezebel is a little brat. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. The court is seriously expects to believe something as acute as apparently just remembering seeing.
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in police force has been leading. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meal it and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime CMC because of it. You did what? I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Breath. I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. I knew you were going to save us, but then we can find for sure whether or not there's blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate of the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, leisure. There's no blood on it. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no! That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the sides of the plate. Find an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this way I always see what I always can say. You can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ugh. Tis I couldn't agree more. In case of the disgraces to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion to this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend the attempt at the courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. But I do promise my best to forget all about it when it's all over. Ha! The sorry-looking steak serves on the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused who wishes to examine it again, be my guest. With the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination. Huh? What the? What in the world is this? I think it's a Hoboton coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoyer area, I believe. No! I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing there? This isn't Jezebel's plate. Wait. Did you say it was a Hoyi Koban? Yes. And apart from the means of justice, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there has been talk of a Hoban coin. I've heard the pearls for the swamp thing, but I never heard of a bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary. So this means I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath the cut snake. And it's from the Hoshi era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well maintenance and juices. It's well marinated in juices as well. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift the meat up if you're underneath your fries. I think you might have been the wrong end of the stick about this throne, okay? Avoid kind underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. This now, I've lost it. Renosuke. This is not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. A lawyer can't cry until it's all over. That's what Godot says. Godot says. I believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I already did! The evidence requested by the defense has not shown any be problematic in any way. I presume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does this defense have any objections? Objection! The bloodstain was going to clinch for the trial for me. Can this plate of steak really reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait! The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fabrication of beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must do a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt that has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally in my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show to the court what you're alluding. Where precisely on the play of the steak is new clues to be found? Well, the steak itself, because we need to lift it first.
Got it!
No, Counsel. I'm afraid that's not won't do. Just and Amy just that. When you ask to identify details like this, you must know what constitutes a mistake. The answer is right in front of me. I'm sure of it. So there's only one thing to do. Turn the steak over until I find something. Turn this steak over until I find something. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a coupon coin, and the hallmarks from. Oh, we already read this because we. Okay, but I get.
Got it!
Percent! Got it! Good gracious! That's. Coupon? What on earth? Horror an era one at that. Miss Brett. This, in fact, is the beefsteak. This is, in fact, the beefsteak that you ordered on the restaurant in the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is irrelevant. According to the meat, I could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd! We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoban coin just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If that turns out to be irrelevant in the case, I'll rip my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoban coin just happens to be hidden that piece of steak, if that turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now!
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway! Hey, I wasn't invited! I got invited by Professor Nakapata.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who's irrelevant. Even though I'm the one who's on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what he was doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person who could belong to. The owner of the Koban. No. It was found by... Sorry,
Take
not
that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer, the owner, Rashi T. Karakatan. They're cumbersome something? Honestly, these are ridiculous Japanese names. Are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who was just testified alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up with something in his cowboy time when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Indeed. My prize coin. This covering. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would the Karakatan-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's steak and plate? That makes no sense. Yes. Which was why I'm asking you to bring Karakatan-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses testified earlier back in here. With a moment's delay. I can't believe we're back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find it's a key element in this case. So many people on the stand right now. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Addo? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And then, in the case of the court for myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless wizard. Nothing more than I have to say. The sun sets on this rusty shop owner's existence. Yes, I may catch a on this. There is something that requires your clarification. As far as your rusty memory serves, have you ever seen... Wah! That's it! That's the one! The very one! The exact one that is! There must have been the shard of Hitachi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day. It can't be. As I saw it. Young man! Enlighten us, the script old fool. Put me out of my mystery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juice. Is it sandwiched? This is soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen out of by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my whole sheet treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who did such a thing? I think we know who did. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carbonara is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts healthy dinners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of slimmer executive thieves targeting the restaurant's rich and clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes. I took the job as a waiter at the restaurant in order to push up the criminal. It seems likely that this Kaban incident is the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there was a massive thief at work at the restaurant and on a regular basis. The plate was already at the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master chef thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid a Kototo-san's Kaban is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel who goes? Well, it's the sergeant.
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa! What? How? How dare you, you monster! He's not calling us a cadet. He knows he's guilty. Monster? I thought it was a cadet. I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carbonara, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadets? It wasn't me. It was Auto. Auto's the mastermind behind all this. Wow, blaming the kid. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's a monster, Sergeant Nosa. Wah! Oh my god. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasuna now, preparing to stand down to the Supreme Court, sir. Oh, poor Ido. Do any of you know of the extraordinary lowest wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those who expect to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase of taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remain in place. And I've heard it's hard it's the lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put hot meal on my table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heavy with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do some reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Vengeful phantom I was all there to leave my steak. I was there halfway to devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew if the police conducted a search and we found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Out of 2. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I would be able to render this with again at a later date. Oh, we got 2 perpetrators and 1 crime. Yeah, we're doing great. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd pastime in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The thief of the Covan Killer was perpetrated by this baby-settled sergeant. Would be certainly appear to unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Objection! Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea is absurd to me. Is everyone forgetting one simple detail? That means Inspector Hashragna offered the wrong plate. Gave us the wrong plate. Nonsense, is it? Oof. And thus, for picking your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Bright, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Renosuke, you've clearly realized, haven't you? Renosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there is a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. And that's the case, don't stand there thinking. Make your verse heard. Sorry? You can't think. You can think later. But if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea is absurd to me. That's not her plate. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, that's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see some evidence, counsel. If our oaths are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? It's in the steak herself.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. It's the steak that was on the victim's table. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. about the stake strike you as unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edges where it's been eating. What? I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course you did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself. To take a good look at the steak, in particular the edges where it's been eating. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! Oh! Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claimed, wouldn't compliment eating anything without a fork and knife, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But, what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was really hungry, so she couldn't suffer. Oh, whatever do you say? Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Mr. Minister of Justice can't possibly wait any longer. Of course. That will all be over within the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything. Shut up! As I heard enough. You're a little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady? What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, this witness knows what this means. She realized that the catch project implications of teeth marks in the steak would have for her. Renosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now Outlaw Loss is coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak have allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seemed to disappear. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that teeth marks in the steaks are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to the conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove it beyond out of doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase. Typical Japanese empty threat. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it has been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
That's absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you said there is evidence yet to be brought forward? This here can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And that person is willing, if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this may be my last. A feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about the whole affair? Our investigator.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hoskina. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier in this afternoon, Sergeant Nosaka told the court following. I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak. And while admitting to stealing Kotoka's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. I'm not even a cadet. Sergeant Nosuka, could you please confirm something for me? Was it the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Military Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she minds handling her meal while to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier, it was in fact Sergeant Noisa's meal.
Objection!
But the mark no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To suggest a such thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you haven't gotten to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, bang! When I saw the civilian has been murdered right in front of my own eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately filled my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then the whole waiter announced he was on an undercover policeman, and I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, it would be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chains. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I've never... How you do such a thing? It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what has been done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That's all I did, sir. You just blew this entire case for us. All you did. That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Yes! So, if the sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate on it was back on his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hoskina. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak, but after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! That is correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What would that kid possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're wiggling your way out of this. No way, you're not wiggling your way out. Your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak can promise to prove such a problem for you, no? You were the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defendant asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Just, he thinks he remembers? I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was clear splatter of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I do believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, if you show us the evidence to the court, present the beefsteak and plate originally served on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Here it is. The blood. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak on its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. No need. There is blood. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now that makes everything clear. The blood you can see is only on this side of the plate. Shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for another Dunsum to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure if everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jezebel Brett. It's you! Outdone by a Japanese? Me? A Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! That swan? That swan scares me. Yeah! I feel bad for her now. I'm feeling a little scared for her right now. She shouldn't have actual swans on her head. Don't put actual swans on your head. The... Just wish it gets on the desk. Please excuse my little outburst. I believe we lost my composure. I was unbecoming behavior from an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett? I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. Truce this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curate. As you presume, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in the water, because the Curate was unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it'd be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he has been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a different matter, but the fact that you just decided to come over to greet the professor, lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair so that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concealed the plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson on this innocent man. I happened to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that back to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curate in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! She had many places to hide a gun. Under your skirt? So I was right. Here was 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had preemptively placed on the floor. Placed it where you'd be sure I'd notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, which is why the waiter, the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry, and adjourned the kitchen, and then locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, he needed to make it look like the defendant shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Yay, I'm not guilty! Woo! Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruto-san. I was just in the wrong time at the wrong place. You know, that's all it is. That's actually all it can be condemned to, is I was in the wrong time. I was the wrong place. I was at the wrong time at the wrong place. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Tatsuki Ashi doesn't lose. Not like this rookie student. Hey, coming into this, I never even thought of becoming a lawyer, but now I want to be a lawyer. You better get started. You better start getting used to tough operations. Ah! Renosuke Naruto! What? Yes? This insult to the Achi family name will never be forgotten. Oh God, are we gonna have another prosecutor within his family? You've become conceded with the age council, but the old has to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh God, she's so cool! So cool! A million Amelias may pass, and still the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruto clan. His trial in the Supreme Court of Japan I believe will go down in history as a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Renosuke Nadase presented an excellent case. Thanks, but thanks Cosmo for me. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. Thanks, I learned it from, I became a time traveler and I learned it from a guy named Phoenix Wright. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but it will have to look like this. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kazuma is speaking. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on your journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Renosuke Nododo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much looking forward to see how you carry on that onward. Oh, thank you, Your Excellency! It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Renosuke Nododo, not guilty! It's finished! Woo! I just hit myself there! I'm serious, I did it. I seriously, I threw the notebook up and it hit me in the head. This court is now adjourned. p.m. Wow, that was a long session. Defendant Lundy, Active Chamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Renosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. No, it was all a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large shoki from the place at Yumi University. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, congratulations for providing Nododome's son's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much! If we haven't had that research report of Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your congrats should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course! Forgive me for including in court's proceeding, Your Excellency. Nododo Makuba as your judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Makuba, ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Nododo, you've done an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yumi University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Makuba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it was your turn. It's your turn, Ozzy. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads to the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest meddling pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on the spirit of the Aisha clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. God damn it! I wanted the sword. A Japanese man's katana is in his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go, and it cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Jezebel Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's going to face a trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jezebel Brett will not be appearing in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of contractual interactions. Inspector Hoskina! If I'm even pronouncing your name. It was a hard-fought battle in court today. Very impressive to watch. Thank you. I must congratulate. But what's all this about conciliar indirection? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why consular courts? Professor, I simply do not understand. I thought consular court were a thing of the past now. That we signed the friendship treaty. Yes. In normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long, this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature of our respective governments. We can't invoke this consular court just like that. Oh, they can't? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for that young student, today's trial is nothing more than a game all along. There's nothing any danger that comes up for her. I don't believe it. The British government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing a murder as very serious. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is the time of great turmoil. This new era by the start of the 20th century. One day, I'll have no doubt that the woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones striving for it. Well, I think that's enough of the seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should celebrate Renosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. I do owe him food. In that case, may I suggest the lock of Carpinel? As head waiter, I shall be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. But I promised some food from somewhere else. I promised to buy someone somewhere else. You're a detective, Asukune-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carmenelle! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carmenelle's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Nada-dun's release. Oh, yes. Thank you. So Jezebel Brett won't be right here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh god, another mystery that I'll never learn. Kazuma. Yes, Renosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! I'm bullshit! You told me what to do! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense is all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, be serious! If I helped you today, it's only right at the very start. It was only right at the very start of the trial. Oh, come on! You told me like how to do everything. But you had the natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer. Oh no, not me! The verbal count, all that intense verbal count. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Renosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon in any lawyer needs in order to win? Words! Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. God, you sound like Mia. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in all of them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending something. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can be really backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced some seamlessly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. So through your own effort, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Renosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds seriously. What is it? You're still here. You are? Oh, Inspector Haskina. I arranged a rickshaw for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Makuta. Satosa-san acted as my assistant. Inspector Haskina, who didn't really pay much part, but still. It's all because of help and support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Cosma has yet to manage to ask for a favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Well, that's the end of episode 1. Yeah! Defense debut! Like, a week after my VTuber debut. Yes, save progress. Okay. So, back. Yes, we are returning to the title screen because that, well, that's all we're doing tonight. Because, well, it's almost 9 p.m. and I don't want to start a new trial right now. So, we are going to be, this is the end of tonight's stream. We'll be back Thursday for the start of episode 2. I don't really have much else to say. This week's schedule is fairly standard. It is just Greatest Attorney Chronicles tonight and Thursday. So I'm taking the next 2 days off. Make sure to enjoy some the other stuff. Make sure to enjoy your time. We'll be back here, right here in court again. Well, probably and doing some investigation. I don't know if we're going to be doing only investigation, but we're also going to be doing, well, investigation and in court. So, obviously. So, I guess it is time to, see if we can raid anybody. I have a few people I know I could raid. I am going to meet them just to make sure who would be the better idea to raid. Because I want to raid Captain Alina, but I don't know, because she's doing a birthday subathon that started today, so we should make sure to wish her a happy birthday if we are raiding her. I just want to make sure that she's actually still awake. So, okay, so it seems like she is still alive, so we are going to raid her. Well, she's still awake, I should say. So I guess I hope you guys enjoyed tonight, and I gotta make sure I go to bed and get to work tomorrow. So make sure to wish Alina a happy birthday. So I will see you guys all later.